Hi, everybody. Hi. Welcome to the stream! Where we get into the trial of Case 5. This case is very beefy, to say the least. I'm not even... I feel like I have way too many theories for this case, and I'm not sure how to, like, put it all into one cohesive story. Aw, look at this cute chat. Hi, everybody. Y'all are so cute. How is everybody feeling today? It's Tuesday. You made it through Monday. You made it to another day. Well, I say case 5 because, like, I get that it's the same case as 4, but the game even lists it as, like, episode 5, even though it's, like, the same case. Who gives a shit about the technicalities? But, regardless, we're in a new section, I guess. Continuation, if you will. Now that I think about it, though, it is kind of weird that they went from, like, the first case of the game. They handled that first case before finishing this one out, which was kind of a weird thing now that I think about it. All right. Here is the ultimate face reveal. Are you ready? Oh, look, it's normal me. Crazy. With apparently my lighting not how I want it to be. There we go. There we go. Short vacation due to a wedding. Oh, Alan's gone all week. Alan deserves a vacation. Get the fuck out of my chat. Get a nice vacation. Enjoy your wedding. Crystal has a face. I know, it's actually freaking crazy. Actually.
More superpower gaze attorney playthroughs without ads. Coming in September 2024.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 17 months, Flora. You are lovely. I appreciate you so much. Emily, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. I appreciate it. Oh, for Alan and Tion getting married. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, this joke is gonna go so far that people are actually gonna start thinking that Alan and Tion are going out. At some point in time, it's gonna happen. Where people are like, you know, people are new to the stream, they come in and they're like, so are these two like actually going out? At some point, it won't be a joke. What joke? God damn. Oh, where did we leave off yesterday? We're starting the trial. We finished the investigation in its entirety. We just have to do the final step, which is going back to the detention center to talk to Mr. Starbuck. But yeah, pretty much got all the investigation out of the way. I'm never beating the allegations, am I? No. Also that you're a top tier voice actor. That too. Don't worry, we're not letting that one go either. It is Happy Episode Aegis Day, of course! Episode Aegis comes out today, and I won't be playing it until after we're done with this game. So, yeah, we're gonna finish up the game here. Probably in the next couple days. This case should be the last one. Be surprised if there's more. Oh my god, wait, can I talk about my theory? Right, I'm a gay voice actor. Alan, your lore is beautiful. So, okay. I don't have much more theories since yesterday's stream. I feel like I had a lot of theories yesterday. I had a lot. And I don't think I've elaborated on them since yesterday either, but I just want to add that I need to keep it in the back of my mind that there are... I think there has to be more than one person involved. As in, I don't think there's... It's so hard to believe that one person is doing this. I feel like it has to be, no matter how I look at this, it has to be two people. One person committing murder and the other one as an accomplice to murder. I don't see how there isn't an accomplice in any scenario. I think it'd be crazy. Like, even whenever I think of accusations toward the director, I'm like, I don't even think the director could do this shit alone. Like, I'm pretty sure even he needs to have help. It's not like he knows how to plant bombs and shit. Like, I don't know. There has to be some sort of accomplice in pretty much any situation. So it kind of, ugh. I don't even know who to suss out either. It's really weird because, like, Aura Blackwell is extremely suspicious. But for some reason, I trust her. I don't know why. Is it because she's hot? Probably. But for some reason, like, my gut instinct is that I could trust her. Which is, she said a lot of bad things. She said a lot of, like, questionable things. Where she'd be like, I would kill a killer rather than put them on trial. I'm like, oh shit. She's got murderous intent. But I don't know, I feel like I feel like it runs in the family. Because Simon's the same way. Murderous intent, but I feel like they're both giant softies inside. That's just the vibe I get. And I really hope my vibe isn't completely off the mark. If it is, my instincts are fucked. But I think my instincts have always been fucked, so that's not really anything new, really. But yeah, those are my gut instincts. For some reason, I trust both her and Simon. I don't think they did anything wrong. We trust because hot. Yeah, sure, yeah. I don't know what to say other than that. But yeah, it kind of, but it lessens the suspects though, because that means out of all of the people that we've met so far, I can only accuse... I just had a thought, wait. Can you accuse a robot of murder? I'm thinking. Okay, I should clarify. I don't think that the robot did anything. I just think that there's a potential that the robots have been used for bad things. What if robots planted bombs? If you arrested a robot as an accomplice, do you arrest the maker of the robot? Is that how that works?
Howdy. Can't wait for the Resident Evil Marathon next month. Krista Hype, Krista Hype.
Krista Hype, Krista Hype. Thank you so much, Captain Wesker, for the 12-month resub. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very excited for the Resident Evil Marathon next month. Yeah. Moving on! What were the laws of robotics again? Wait, there's laws of robotics? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? But like... How does this apply? She's cooking but not eating. Get out of here. Laws of robotics state that they can't humans? Wait, what? That's not a full sentence. Wait, what? They can't humans? They can't be humans? They can't eat humans? They can't... What do you mean? I need a verb. I need a verb. Harm. Ah, okay, harm. Laws of robotics state that they can't harm humans. If they do, then the designer is the one that's screwed up, though the robot would also be destroyed. So the designer. So there could potentially not be an accomplice. It could be one person if the one person knew a lot about robots. Got it. A robot may not harm a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. Okay. Got it. A robot must obey orders given it by human beings except when such orders would conflict with the first law. Oh my god, this is complicated. I'm glad that these things exist. I don't know shit. Clearly. I'm just thinking that I don't know who could plant these bombs into place, because the people that have access to the launch pad are very limited. So I'm just thinking that the director sends a robot to place a bomb, you know? Or the director does it himself, but still. The clearance level is not anybody can just plant a bomb. And I don't want to also forget that the fact that there was a third explosion supposed to happen in the second floor that Candace actually did disarm. That's interesting. There's so many, like, threads of this story that are just crazy. There's so many. The relevance to 7 years ago! But you want to know something? You know, 7 years ago incident. The 7 years ago incident. I don't think we know anything about it. In terms of, we know that the same thing happened, but we actually don't know who died, what the case was at all. I think my intrigue lies heavily in who the prosecutor was of that case 7 years ago. But yeah, we don't know anything, any details, who died. I think that has to be like a pretty big point, who died in that case. Athena's mom. The 5th person in the photo from 7 years ago that we only saw once. So in that photo from 7 years ago, there's a robot, there's Clay, there's Starbuck, there's the director, there's Aura Blackwell, and then there's a 5th person. There's a woman. Maybe that's the person that died. Athena's mom died. It's the only explanation. But it's been 7 years since the last AA game. And the next Ace Attorney game is Ace Attorney 7. Another 7 years reference. Wow, crazy. Absolutely insane. Can't believe the 7-year reference. There's just so much going on. And my first instinct is to, like, blame the director, but I also don't want to at the same time. I feel like I have to, though. That's all I got to go on. Especially based on some of our evidence that we have, too. It was all Misty Faye. Alright. I think we should play the game. Damn it. Alright, stream is now in session! Misty Faye allegations are fucking crazy, dude. I can't take this slander. Cheshy's dead. That's rude. Okay. Alright, the last thing we're supposed to do is go to the detention center.
Female to Apollo Justice. Does that mean he just Apollo just water? Okay, out LOL.
That was so bad. That was so bad, you should be ashamed of how bad that is. Thank you for the 16 months. Alright. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we got a lead, too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. That doesn't exactly help inherently in itself. Good, good. What else did you see? What else was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party that we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. Wait, that actually helped? How? If we can prove that there was a third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least if we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder.
Noel Garibay tipped $5. I'm calling it now. Ace Attorney 7 will have a robot prosecutor, and the judge will be slowly converted into a cyborg.
Makes perfect sense, but that also implies that there is not going to be a robot prosecutor in Ace Attorney 6. Or Ace Attorney Investigations. I was expecting one. Come on, the prosecutors have been, very, iconic, let's just say. I should probably tidy the evidence a bit. Okay. Irrelevant evidence tidied up. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. But no, I kid. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Alrighty. So we got rid of what? A whole, like, one thing? There is so many details in these records. I really should review. I do remember most of it, but I still want to make sure. Woo! Alright, from a set of utility tools used by the Space Center techs. Launchpad, door, lock. Starbucks prints were found on this door lock. Also see photo taken after the incident. So, only the prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized. Equipped with backup power. Print recognition attempts are recorded via security camera. Starbucks prints were found on the scanner screen after the incident. Yes. Okay. Then we have the security camera video. This haunts me. I hate that fucking picture. Okay. Remaining oxygen in tanks. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly. Space Center pamphlet. Oh boy. This piece of shit. Ugh. Kill me. Space Museum. A full-size replica of the Hat 1 and important items related to space exploration and the Hat 1 expedition are on display. The Space Museum is open to the public every day from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Launchpad chat with the gaslighting again. You can't gaslight me anymore. I know Launchpad 2 existed because the game said it. Discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. It was fired from a .10 caliber. That is so small. I still fail to see how that can even exist. Hope capsule. When you think about this case, this seems to be the center point of, like, everything. Because when I ask myself, why would these things happen in, like, a 7-year period, right? This is the only thing that happened recently. There's nothing else that would motivate a bombing and something happening right now besides this thing. Or a statement. The perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Okay. That's our recap. And then as far as people go... Oh no, Klonko also is here now. One of the robots developed by Aura, who refers to him as Hunk of Junk. Aura Blackwell, Slay Queen, Honko, a guide robot, and Yuri Cosmos. All right. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. I can relate. All right.
Patron of Dragons tipped $5. We gaslight become we care.
We gaslight because we care. I accept it. Thank you, patron, for the $5. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Aldoon's noodles. No. Oh, Apollo. The fucking jacket. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. Phoenix is one to talk here. Hypocrite. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think that they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. I know, I bet you're right. Oh. Oh. Seems like only yesterday, Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was gonna be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Oh. I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. Guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. Was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom. Get away, Apollo! Don't come over here! Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine! And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay Terran is fine! There you go, now we're both fine. We're fine! We're fine! Huh? What are you laughing about? See, we're fine. You left first. I'm fine, you're fine, we're both fine! Woo! Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I could be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Oh! Phoenix! Ah! Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. That's our goal too! I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm gonna catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now I must be going. Goodbye. Bye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. What? He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk to some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should still be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Me too. Everything everything's gonna be fine. When does anything bad happen in Ace Attorney, honestly? When does anything bad happen? Never. December 20th, 10:15 a.m. District Courtroom, number 5. All rise! Except I'm not. You can't make me. Oh my god, there's no judge. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something?
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. First, the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. Yeah. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial? Sure. Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like to give me the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Taryn, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. But, that's clearly not it! There were explosions on the second floor and the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to bring the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Deneau's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. Well, Candace is dead. And can we really trust Yuri Cosmos? Can we really trust him? I don't think so. Just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh, yes, on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues that there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
And to make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. This is Phoenix Wright. There were no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Old man. Okay. Old man. I'm like, what, 33 or something?
Objection!
34, 35, I'm in that range.
So Simon, is your sister single or not?
This is not the time to bring up the hot sister! My god. Horny chat. Bonk. We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Pooh! In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. They saw a third person! So which witness are we getting first? I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgot that, Orez. How did you forget? Chat certainly did not forget. No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. Guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well, bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Okay, so Yuri. I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have, for I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, 7 years reference, I successfully launched the Hat 1 and... Simon's not having any of it. Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Shut the fuck up. Even I'm trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So, could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Ah ha ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness! Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. He was. It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on. We saw a figure standing at the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. But it was dark? How did you see that? I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. It was pitch black. I see. So in your testimony, you claim that you arrived on the scene after the two of you had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed... Oh, the horror! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my life for theirs! Okay. What do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Are you sure about that? Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Don't worry, that is the par for the course. That is what you're supposed to do. Alright, Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. I did not mean to keep going. Holy slow text. Let's go.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Turan and hurried to the third floor lounge. Oh my, galactic scooter here, of course. Oh. Do you ever walk? Like, do you just ride your scooter everywhere? Do you have legs? Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course! It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. Then I take it works in 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see, so you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see?
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. Looks like you could have just gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me toward the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. This is a lot of conjecture. Man, it's very convenient that Detective Arm is, like, dead and can't corroborate any stories right now. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door, and we saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Turan lying on the floor.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly, or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that that person's the third party. I don't relish in this. And I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Hold it!
Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Turan, but I couldn't see who the other person was. Wait, how does that make sense? So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished. That's not supported by our evidence. You mean they disappeared? That's
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on! Director Cosmos did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off of the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way. All things are possible, right to know. The real question is, do you have any proof? If we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. Oh my god. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet, still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes? Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha ha ha! That's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instinct as a detective told her that they were the killer. I don't know about that. No, okay, not possible. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid it was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information of Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to her testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots.
Hold it!
And neither of those 2 shots hit the culprit? That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So, Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info has come out. Wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. Oh my god.
Hold it!
Oh, no, no, no! Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Sorry, Trap. Phoenix's new voice is slowly growing on you. It's not. I think I became attached to anime Phoenix, Mr. Eric Vale. That voice, so far, has been the most perfect voice to me.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? Oh god! You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means that the gun was only fired once. And yet, Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Taka? You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Wait, then what the heck is our bullet? What the heck? Huh? Huh. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet. And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us that the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets detective found its way into the holographic image display. It's not a spider web, by the way. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. So could you say that Candace actually is the one that killed Cole because she depleted his oxygen? Hmm? The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was found, was from a 38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. I'm quitting. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots that Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? I have another bullet. I don't know where it came from, Your Honor. Ugh. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened to the scene? No. No, Your Honor, it doesn't! Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Finally, I get to present this fucking insanely small bullet that should not exist. It's so small. And what is this metal pellet supposed to... not British judge. Supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter in the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. And then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire .10 caliber bullets. Oh, he does have legs in 3D! And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha-ha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival! Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What? What's this now? What? Bitch, what? What, you never breathed a word of any of this to me before? Ah! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. Yeah. You're a bitch. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now, please, give accurate testimony. He's gonna keep lying. This guy's annoying. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Taryn on the floor. We were still in the courtroom. We were still in the courtroom. Oh god. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean that the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
What? Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who is cut down. Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the .10 caliber gun. Where is he getting that gun? Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third person who took it with them.
Objection!
Stop objecting! That's dumb! Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. Oh my god. You made me drop my gavel, I hate you! Everything's fine. Yeah. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
I'm gonna put my gavel down. But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with a
Objection!
weapon. It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch. That was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us that he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Oh my god. Emote is unlisted? Click to view? That is so weird. What? Look your boldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced through our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Great. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me? Does that mean you're a ghost? Oh my god. I was wondering when you would realize it, your boldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Oh my god, Simon. Simon. I mean, yeah. Take the opportunity to fuck with the judge. Yeah, I mean, I would do it too. And he's gone. Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Back to the courtroom. Your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Ah, I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle! A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. Really? The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. In 3D? What? That's unbelievable! I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Giaxa star. Really? This game is unfucking real. That would imply that someone was trying to kill him. I'm so confused. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. This is so Ace Attorney. This is peak Ace Attorney. It's beginning to feel really like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Oh my god. This is crazy. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. We've already heard about that, all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about the Hat 1 miracle. We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see. Yeah, you want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you all about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man. Okay. You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Oh my god. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must, we peeked it through the control room door, and... in the lounge, we saw a figure standing at the middle of the room and tearing on the floor.
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as dark and deep as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during that Hat 1 launch 7 years ago... oh my god. If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can sod off and tell it to a stray mutt. Aha! Excellent idea! No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear about my greatness. Oh my god. And so they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next?
Hold it!
So, in other words, you were fired at while you were in the control room door. How does it ricochet to the other side of the fucking room? That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a .10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his metal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm the king of all the Cosmos. Wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Phoenix is the luckiest of all bitches in the world. He is the king of all Cosmos. I don't know how we're supposed to present evidence here. So we're worried about the ricochet, but I don't know if we present the diagram or the bullet itself. We were still... okay, we have to check out what the description says, I guess. Discovered in the gutter. So I think that would say that we should do the bullet.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing at the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the .10 caliber bullet here. Oh! This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Oh, he's Speen. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round. Ha! I love Athena.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his medal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. Bitch. How? I didn't think so. What? Oh, great. Director Cosmos? Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were, in fact, not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Speen. What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest. What? Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Bitch, you're dead to me. Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? Oh. His handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. Vrum, vrum, vrum. Scatter chat. Simon Blackwell's unleashed. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's a complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that the third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required a print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door, and the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. This just got really bad. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. And my third person just disappeared, like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. In 3D! Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for the third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering up for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. It's over. Yikes, the judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot the director. That doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my objection! Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility. This had better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And the person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room. Also, Bengo, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. We to you as well. Using an escape route that was only accessible to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who was this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Simon Blackwell.
Take that!
And just how did that person escape from the scene of the crime? Somehow. Fishing for an answer, are we? Well, congratulations on catching this prize penalty. Please let me try again, Your Honor. I had to accuse him. Actually, it was Apollo Justice. It was Athena Sykes. It was Trucy Wright. It was Juniper Woods. She's totally related to this case. It was Hottie Mommy.
Take that!
But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. That means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos! Pew, 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 pew. Spin! What? I even surprised Athena in 3D! Alrighty! Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. That's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. Thank you, Athena. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos! You have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to speak that you return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence, in fact. You could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person or a Blackwell saw, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down? This literally just happened. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will all be all the proof that we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact! Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. It was this peepee. It was the spider web. It was this peepee. The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank, it hit Director Cosmos's metal. And if we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure that the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship! If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong! What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle I'm not gone down yet! Oh, God. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great detector of the Cosmos Space Center? Ah, but the cosmos revolves around me! Spin in 3D! Ah, someone get me off of this thing! Oh, order in the court, and will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Spin. Phew. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong! This is just a misunderstanding! Is he gonna start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh boy. To be continued. Oh my god. What a place to stop. Okay. Let's do this, y'all. Next chapter. We're still in the courtroom. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous curve. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. I then went past the elevators and all the way around the boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am! When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer! The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness! Oh my god. Hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you! No, it wasn't me! I saw the person as well! If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall! That is an excellent point. Oh my god. Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims that he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes. And? Well, I was on the 4th floor, helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that? I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person that he saw. Very well, Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. This guy's insane. Like, actually. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. What? People don't just fucking vanish. I was near the elevator side door and, well, the launch pad door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot by the killer as well. And then they disappeared. Yes, no, luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang, and that must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet. Right, what a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Turan and his killer, the culprit shot a .10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Turan's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired these warning shots. Judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out, too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit it, I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. Ow. So, we have a culprit who's vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
Oh god. A riddle of the ages, indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. Wow. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that must be the first true statement he said all day. Get him, Phoenix. You should say that out loud. What's holding you back? But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. Huh? That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender right to know. I can't find any holes in his testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us. This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Oh boy. She's gonna steal your heart. Oh my god. Athena is in Persona 5 confirmed. All right. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door. And well, the launch pad 1 door and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Talk about mixed feelings. He must be trying to account for a number of contradictions. Mr. Wright, maybe this time we shouldn't just look for contradictory emotions, but should also look for emotions that should be there, but aren't. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise that his mind is a convoluted place, too. He must have felt very shaken and distressed at the time. Let's focus on fluctuations in his emotions and see what we can uncover. I like the random Angie one here. Alright, and then it's still there, and then for some reason, it's just all gone here. Shouldn't she be, like, at least surprised? If a person vanished, would you not be surprised? You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did! That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ah! I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not! That's preposterous! Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there, so there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not, you went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Turan, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip through the southern door? Highly doubt it, as you recall, right after I entered the lounge. Candace Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised that the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure that there was no escape route for the culprit to use. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him! Back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Why? This is so weird to me. Why are you sat here? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed about it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door that you're not telling us, isn't there? Speen! Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data, and yes, just what I wanted to see. 70%. Oh, God. Here we go. Presto changeo! Less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean, no! A disaster at a starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! A master technician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True. But this is still the only logical answer that there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about Launchpad 1 door, oh boy. We should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Turan, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints. Oh my god, did they really need to baby you that hard? Why do they do this game? I really hate that it does this.
Take that!
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious through in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Speen! It looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door, and I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Oh god, is it gonna be something dumb? Probably. Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Oh my god. Stop. Stop. Please stop bringing this up. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the launch pad corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. And then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? Well... I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, Your Boldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. You don't say. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Bolt. Damn, Simon, that's a low blow, man. That's a low blow. Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. Here we go. I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? Oh boy. What do you think about Director Cosmos' emotional responses? Actually, my cat was really sick, you know. What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear. What? And on top of that, my dog just doesn't seem to want to play with me. Why are you telling me all this right now? Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder? I didn't feel sadness at all, actually. I just felt confusion. The story about your cat, of course, it's only natural. Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But that's nothing. There's nothing natural about the director's reactions. I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be the key. Sounds unusually complicated, but that somehow doesn't surprise me. Okay, so he was afraid to avoid getting shot. I mean, that makes sense. You're getting shot. When you're getting shot at, I would hope you'd be scared, right? After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. And then that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door, and he was surprised. And then the detective shot at me. Angry. Why were you angry? I'm gonna point out the angry. I don't actually think it's right, but I'm gonna do it anyway. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. I think maybe you're right. Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. So this one?
Got it.
I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Nope, that's not it either. Let me go back. Everything makes sense to me. I hid to avoid getting shot, and after the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. To me, this one doesn't make sense, but I'm gonna give it a try. That's not it either. Okay. Like, this makes sense to me. You're afraid, then you're shocked that Detective Arm is here. It's very strong though, and then it dies down. That's natural. I guess the, maybe the lack thereof, like, you should still be here?
Got it.
Nope. I don't get penalized for it, so I might as well go for this, like, super surprise, but this makes sense if you're getting shot at. Really? That's it? Oh, that's annoying. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? I feel like this sentence sounds so dumb. Like... Why were you surprised when someone found you and when she fired at you? Why would you not be surprised about that? Does that not sound like the dumbest shit I've ever... I'm sorry, this just does not make sense. Isn't that a bit unnatural? It makes... What? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what we were surprised by. Oh, really? But wait, why? That still doesn't make sense. You were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again, surprised when she shot at you. Considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. I am not following. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... It has to be one of the last two. More surprised when Arm came. I guess it depends on the order of events here. Sorry, let me get the order here. So first, surprised at Detective Arm. And again, surprised when she shot at you. I recall those being in the same slide, though. That's what I don't understand here. More surprised when Arm came. I thought they were in the same slide, though. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it is, whatever it was that you were doing there. I can kind of see where they're going with this, but... Holy oof. The enemy has acquired a new weapon! Commence operation! Hide under your desk! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope, not done. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launch pad door. And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Oh my god, no. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. There is a change. Something definitely different. I hate everything. What have you two been up over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous! If you really do have an answer, you'd have it pointed it out already! He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Speed! Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad. As you can see, it's horizontal. However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does this mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it, you're right, I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I hate everything. I was afraid that there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Guess that clears up what the knob is for. So, if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site. Stop saying knobs. Knobs. Got a problem? I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things that we have yet to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this guy. Aura can turn my knob. Got it. Horny chat strikes again. Order in my chat! I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it! Where on earth could they have gone? Wow, that's some pretty bad acting. The director seems driven into a corner now. I can tell he's having a hard time hiding his true feelings. Just one final push. His attempts to conceal the truth shouldn't be all that hard for us to break through. We can keep it. If we keep it at it calmly, I'm sure we'll cross the finish line. This is also weird. Happy? I fear there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through the launch pad, but that area was a sea of smoke. There's just nothing here. This strikes me the most. But for some reason I have a hunch that that is not correct. Where did your anger go?
Got it!
Please be it. When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected. Okay, nope, that's not right. God damn it. Can I just call out, like, the big mad anger? Because, like... This is a lot. It's probably not it, though. Yeah. Surely the only escape the killer had was through Launchpad 1. I guess I'll just go back to my initial point. Although it seems like it should be more toward the update side, like more toward the end. But, okay, maybe not. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were pleased with yourself. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts that we've discovered up until this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Ah! How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro. I'm guessing. I love him. I love him so much. I'm Phoenix Wright, and I know how to bluff my way in a courtroom more than anybody in this world. You have no proof that I had a hidden agenda! And even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there! I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. Phoenix! How could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity. Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? I came over him all of a sudden. You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that would be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest bar-faced liar an honor. Simon hasn't talked in a while. I realized now how much I missed him. Can you talk more? Liar! His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You failed to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know? Just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing. Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene. Liar! So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Objection!
Objection! But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned the knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of the issue, we might find where the killer escaped to. You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Nice to meet you. My name is Phoenix Wright. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Ah! Talk about hitting below the belt. Athena. Bro. Youngins these days! I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Because, oh my god, come on, come on! Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. Oh my god, we used a brain cell. Phoenix got it. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it— Thank you! Woo! Pew, pew, pew! What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Come on, this is my theory. Come on, don't fuck me up. Don't laugh at me! He's sighing at me! He made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, a great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Oh, right. So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it is, boy. Get your grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know that the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. Oh my god. Stop making it worse. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me. That's really fucking bad, bro. You should be ashamed. Never actually boarded the rocket. That, yes. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Come on, Phoenix Wright. Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to the Space Museum? And what if when the director moved Launch Pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know, I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor, let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launch Pad 1 was... to trap the true killer, of course. Because he wanted to trap the true killer. Right, Dano, need I remind you that there was an explosion? And that the corridor between the launch pad and the lounge was thick with smoke. If the killer had been trapped in there, then they would have been found as dead as their victim. I guess you're right. I'm glad you both agree. Now here's a penalty. I don't agree with that penalty, though. I don't agree, Your Honor. All right, second dumb answer. To hide it. Because he wanted to hide Launchpad 1. Oh, well, let's suppose he did move it. Where in the world would he hide it? An enormous launch pad like that, I highly doubt it could be truly hidden. Oh, behind something? You just hide this, like, big-ass room. Mr. Wright, are you asking me or telling me? Anyway. Oh. Worth it. It was worth it. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you just say switching? But what could he possibly have switched the launch? Oh my god, come on. There's literally 2 buildings. Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box. Oh my god. Phoenix is stroking his own dick over a whole lot of nothing. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day, Your Honor. It's super, super obvious. It's, you know what? Only a genius could have figured this out, bro. Oh, oops, I might have not made it. Okay, they counted it. Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. There we go. We finally got there. Oh, the satisfaction. My heart sings. Oh! It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and the Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean! The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in Space Museum! Bold and Dash in 3D! And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the 2 switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from the boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2 exactly. Anyone can pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the 2 launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed. And in order to kill Mr. Turan when the 2 astronauts emerged from the Space Museum, recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who, we could suppose, after killing Mr. Turan, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the 2 launch pads back without realizing that the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Dino, I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. I don't know how to take that. Well, you see. There's a reason for that. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff. Oh, that's a great name for me, thank you. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor. They made it worse.
Silence.
Unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. Are we finally there? Are we finally there? Oh my god, this is gonna be so satisfying to finally show the fucking picture. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. And the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs. Oh my god. This is an image of the launch pad. I really hate this game. I really hate this game. Stop fucking holding my hand. Holy shit. I'm gonna stab the fuck out of whoever decided to do this. You're ruining the moment. You are goddamn ruining this moment. Don't ruin this for me. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well, then. Answer this for me, if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
Take that!
There's a one. Oh my god, they really gotta explain. My satisfaction! There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor? It doesn't look like a 1, doesn't it? That's because what you see is actually a 2! Oh my god, Simon, please. You definitely saw that. Oh my god, I refuse to believe that Simon Blackwell did not see that. That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. So that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1 on the opposite side of the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial about how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Turan, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible! The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. You sure would have fucking thought, huh? Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Oh, okay. Speen. Oh, we were still on the noise level thing. I forgot. Okay, but. This is very hard to believe that he did this unknowingly, like innocent. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon! Galactic engine ignition! It's gone haywire! Ah! It won't stop! Ah! My stars, my glory! Ah! No, not that way! Okay. But bailiff, on your seat, and after that witness! Just blasted. How did the door recover? The door? What the fuck? Did they instantly replace the door? They just had a backup in the storage somewhere. They're like, we've had witnesses do this all the time. You know what? Why do I love this kind of canon in my head? Like, there's so much shit that goes down in this fucking courtroom all the time that they just are used to it, so they have doors on deck. They just know that shit happens all the time. Oh, I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit that you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Turan had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Turan would have realized the instant that he stepped into the Space Museum. that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Turan feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Because he's an accomplice. I exercise my right to remain silent. You're an accomplice. But I will say my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing... Oh, I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Well, that's a good thing to say. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry, I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Oh. The girl on the right. I still think that she's the one that died 7 years ago. Athena's mama. She's the only one unaccounted for. She can't be a murderer, right? No, she's dead. She's dead. Of course, I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Aww. Then the dream is still alive. This is so weird.
Silence.
Oh, come on. What now? You're not going into space, Starbuck. What prison? I won't have it any other way. He needs to blame someone. Ooh, buddy. Why are you so hung up on him? I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there was a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What, me? Ah! Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. Whoa. If I'm gonna die, I want to die in space! I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck. Prepare yourself. Ha-ha! Now you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwill. It's gotta be Fulbright. That annoying, cheerful laugh. It can be none other than... Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here, and in justice we trust! Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought that you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. Whoa! What evidence? Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. What a giga, Chad. I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is it, Detective? Is it something that we can prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed! Have a look at... Oh, where did you get that? How did you get... Where? How did you get that? That's right, a lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. Oh my god. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. Fingerprints? What? Fingerprints? Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent! Oh no. They don't. We're left in suspense. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it. In the victim's blood, but they don't elaborate. Oh my god. The cliffhanger. Come on. Really? Your Honor! This is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim! Explain yourself! With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murder Mr. Oh my god, I need to go fast. I need this. This escape with a lighter in hand to the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. I hate this motherfucking game. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge number 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there. But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he have not dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during the span of time? You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Professor Blackwell, this lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter, so whose are they? I think you understand what this means, don't you? The piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume that it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Text, go faster! Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow... Silence. Fulbright. Tomorrow. Ah! Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say that the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant Solomon Stop. Wait, we're not ending it right here! Fuck off! No! No, fuck your 3D! Fuck your 3D! No! I'm quitting. I'm so quitting. Bruh. Yeah, we should just start Ace Attorney 6. Start the next game. Fuck this game. We did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me too. You are all the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo what Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too, but that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Simon Blackwell, I swear to fucking God. Please save me. It's too late to object. No, it's not too late to object. Shut up, Phoenix. Let Simon talk. It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright. What were the results of the Thank you! Thank you! Oh my God! The results. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, why are you laughing? This is no laughing matter. Shut the fuck up. I was in a hurry. You have yet to read it. Can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints. Don't give me the shock factor and say that they're fucking clay. Fuck that. Do twins have the same fingerprints? So says the report. Oh, wait. Where'd that report come from? We're in the dark age of the law. Is that fabricated evidence? Huh? Me? Someone's trying to accuse her. Oh my God, the music is so intense. Oh my God. Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. Dark age of the law. Dark age of the law. Dark age of the law. Dark age of the law in 3D. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty, so how could it have led to this? I don't believe... What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying! What in the world is happening? It's like the world's gone mad! Order! I will have order! In 3D! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Dark age of the law. End? Wait, what? End? What do you mean, end? Episode 5? Oh, hey, we got there. Hey, my title is now relevant. Let's go. Turnabout for tomorrow. Wait. I'm so confused. We didn't... This is no resolution. What the fuck? No one can escape their past. Bruh, that looks traumatizing. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. So this is finally the 7 years ago incident that put Simon in jail. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. Oh my god, oh my god. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. What is chat? I don't know, there's a lot of bad shit going on. If we need to go in emote only, we will. Move on to hope for a better tomorrow. Oh boy. If we, yeah, I don't know if we need to go emote only. We can't, unfortunately, we can't really do that with YouTube side, so I'll just turn off the chat for now. 1:23 p.m. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Aw, Phoenix. It's even quieter in here than usual. I'm like so annoyed that there is no emote only for YouTube. Like, there is no way to turn off the chat. And that is the most annoying thing. god. YouTube just does not care about live streaming. Sorry, give me a minute. I'm trying to see what I can do real quick. It's really, really annoying. Like, the only thing you can do is members only. It's like, why are there no moderation options? It's really frustrating. Members only is like not really a solution because people gift subs a lot. And when you're gifted a membership, it's like, does that really help? Most people aren't becoming a member of their own fruition, so it's like, at the end of the day, it doesn't really do much. It just kind of slows down chat, which is helpful. But for right now, if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna... Seems like everyone's going nuts for some reason. Okay. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. And now Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. This literally just happened. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are gonna defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm gonna prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great! But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Oh, I love that this game does this. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Can I talk to, you know, that person again? I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks? I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. How could they suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. A conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. And then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina, from the fuzz hot on our tails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? Hey, Trucy, have you seen my badge? It's the same text as before. Damn it, nothing new. Okay. So we got rid of evidence! Yay! We still have the diagram. We still have this beautiful, beautiful knife. We still have the pamphlet, huh? Oh, it's because it's related to have one. A full-size replica of Hat 1 and important items are related to space exploration. I wonder if that would include the asteroid. This is great. Yeah. This is great. Oh, they don't want me to go to the detention center yet. Okay. Oh no. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Oh, thank God, get out of my face. Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. He ran away like a little pussy. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Wait, oh, right, I forgot. He's not behind bars anymore. I was like, wait, why aren't you arrested? Oh. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Can I present to you my badge? Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No. Sorry, I'm so useless. No, it's alright. There's no need to get all depressed. It's only my fucking badge. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said that they never did find a .10 caliber gun down the trash chute. Oh, God. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Yeah. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape.
The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me use my print scanned ear. I love that little 2 on the ground. Did the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Oh.
Daddy, let's go check on what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Why did we not do this? Oh, because they were switched. Wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of someone's shoes.
Decoy! Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs to the community. I guess I will bring my chats back up. Should be calmer now.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the gifted subs. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? They don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there was some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out the Space Museum door, corridor, and boarding lounge too. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me, and I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. That's it. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna go... Or... I don't. Are you gonna react to the lighter? No? Okay. Do you think she'll come back? God damn it. Curse the wrench who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed away! Director Cosmos, wait!
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that!
The mobility system has been compromised! Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Oh my god.
And the streak continues.
Oh, okay, she is scary.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing.
Phoenix is like, maybe I'm not so great of a dad. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again.
Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Prisoner of war. It's me. I'm the prisoner of war, actually. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. Okay, oh boy.
Perfect timing.
The center of the cosmos is shrouding in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner! Oh, God. Magatamas are still so back.
No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psyche locks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Can we really do this right now?
Take that!
Behind the switching of the launch pads.
Is the clown music really necessary? Way more necessary than your comment.
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads.
I refuse! You can't make me! I can hold out longer than anyone!
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads.
You did it to...
save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion.
My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible for you to pull off your plan.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Turan to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
Someone please help this poor prisoner of war!
How is he able to spin around like that?
You cannot stop this spin, bruh. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives,
why did I say it with his voice? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble?
I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But did you know the switch pads in advance? Did you know this to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
That's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety.
But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely?
I went to one of those mediums that everyone oh, God.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see?
AKA a regular old fucking telephone.
It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
The bomber said it's been a while, and that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because it happened 7 years ago.
7 years reference?
The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in the Hat 1 miracle. The courtroom number 4 bombing? The Hat 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery, but in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Speed. The Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members. Oh my god. Fucking got him. Sabotage, murder, so this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed. You thought it was Simon Blackwell. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Magatama, bitch. Oh boy. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle, the sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell me what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years. Oh god, here we go. 7 years ago, you mean the so-called 7-year reference Hat 1 miracle? Ooh, no music. I really have to pee though, so give me a second, I'll be right back.
All rise! All right. All right, here we go. The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then our troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So, Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered!
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming and or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints! Interesting choice of words. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a devil. A devil. A devil. It's Christoph Gavin. A spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl?
Oh god. Someone's watching way too many late night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space and R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call from the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle. But then, 7 years later, the same MO advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like last time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads. That's right, the caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. Whoa. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It's quite a moving speech, actually. Moving, really. Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew that there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center that night before switching the launch pads. That way the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a closed for repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 in the boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder. After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Taryn is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is on fire! Wait. What did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launch Pad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. Oh no. Oh, okay, never mind. Scrap my brain. He rescued it during the stage miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one that the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amidst the confusion. And planted the bomb then. If they were tapping your phone, they could definitely pull something off like that. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. Oh my god, really? Oh! So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. Wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without
So is this gonna be our first time where we visit Prosecutor Blackwell outside of a courtroom trial? Oh boy. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me! Spin, spin, whirl, whirl! I'm done for! The center of the cosmos is doomed! Do you think he's gonna be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit over there. Don't mind me, I'm just keeping spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. Okay. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Or he doesn't stop when it gets dizzy. When he gets dizzy. He's just... We could just, just keep him like this. Hey, have you seen my badge? Oh, he stopped. And he stopped spinning. I made him stop. Man, the power of the badge. Truly. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. I mean, he's given a thumbs up. That's, I think, as much happiness as he's gonna express. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder of the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica. I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hat 1 exhibit added, so... A jacket that one of them wore. The girl. Because she's dead anyway. Hello? Why are you here? Huh? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I might have been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm gonna do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me a bit more in detail? Wait, but first, Miss Woods, have you seen my badge? I'm very sorry, but I don't know anything about that. Sorry to bother you. Okay. Sorry. Nina's mom worked here. Oh, God. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here.
I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Oh my god. Phoenix is like, oh my god, the 7-year reference. I never saw that coming. Athena's mom in the robotics lab. She was murdered.
Robotics lab. In the robotics lab. That is not good.
After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her.
Oh, they're so cute, Your Honor.
But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time that you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Quart's case.
That's right. I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
She's a robot. She's an alien. What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena that we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard for her to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh.
She always wore those heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh, wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often, and it was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
Sounds like Athena's mother,
It sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center.
Oh, Daddy! Show her that picture! Atta girl, good idea. Oh, I gotta do it like the picture. This picture. Oof. So weird. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this?
Oh, look! There's Athena's mom!
The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis...
Oh, that's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch?
Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of? Oh boy, we're putting together the pieces of the puzzle, man. It is the murder of Athena's mother. There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. Please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through.
The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over.
Is it bad that I was gonna say Metis was the spy? But, anyway. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Ah, hello, Detective Fulbright, here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted The one behind the courtroom bombing? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over here to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really, us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. What nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. Get him, Phoenix. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him! Fine. And just answer me this, Mr. Tony. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom that you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in there. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were sealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche locks. He must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away, but I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. I can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We were even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Look at those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Not the phony phantom bomb. Oh my god, it's fucking back. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. All right, sounds like a plan. But this... It's really back. I guess we're just supposed to take note of the rock. How did it get in there? Like, how did it actually get in there? How does it go from, like, point A to point B? So confusing. Robotics lab! Oh my god. This ain't a place. This is not a real place. What the fuck? What the hell?
Okay. This place is fucked up.
So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge,
Where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Uh-oh, she's back. She's back, she's back. Chat's about to go fucking wild.
Daddy, look! Over there!
Oh! That... Oh! I thought it was... okay. Did not expect that. Never mind. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Oh, she's here.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. Wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun? Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Okay. There's a picture of Athena's mom on the table. Also, yeah, the emergency ladder. Damn, it really do be right there. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of that director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after.
Ugh, Daddy, say something to her!
And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, guess she's talking about Athena.
Of course, Athena's innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you? Rule number 1 of Phoenix, how to be a lawyer, how to be a defense attorney. Always believe in your client. Apollo didn't even pass the first fucking rule of law, asshole. Apollo's dead to me.
I guess he's not defending Athena, but like, bitch, he should have that mentality. What's wrong with saying, I don't know, if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Wow. Wow. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? I think he might be playing the role just so he can get information, maybe? Phew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, Huck'em Junk. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Should I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan, but that's Apollo you're talking to? Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan, Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Oh my god, 7 years reference. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt into their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Okay. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than me. Okay, yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. She just glanced over at her desk. Aw. The ponytail is just like Athena's side ponytail. And then the hair clip is all the moons on it. Cute. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companies are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she... Oh my god. I'm... What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut. Everybody is gay. Apollo gay. Aura gay. Phoenix gay. Bye. Everybody. Nobody gets straight treatment in this game. Nobody. Alco is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. Okay. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor thing. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? We believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy is going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too! I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. It's not your brother, if that's what you're insinuating. Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly what I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more than like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Damn, bro. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now that I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Ori yesterday. Man, my little theory cooking up in my head keeps on getting more supporting evidence. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around here anyway? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. Oh, God. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out now. Plunko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Oh, don't push! My apologies. I'm just following orders. Ugh. This is not looking good. I really want to trust her, but it's really not looking good, chat. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? Guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm gonna keep an eye out on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office alone. Okay. Going back to my office. All alone, country road, to a place. This is so depressing. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been in the office all by myself in a long time. Aw, Phoenix. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. Oh! And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Maya! Where's Maya now? And now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Oh! That's Maya! Oh! Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? Oh. Yes, we miss Maya so much. We miss Maya so much. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come by and visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Oh, yours truly, Maya Faye. Oh, that's so cute. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Oh. Wait! That debunks my theory. No, in a good way, Chad. Not in a bad way. Not in a like I'm clowning way. The phone call. That means the phone call wasn't her. Can I explain in a flashback? The very first opening anime cutscene in the game when Phoenix Wright is on the phone with a certain someone. I thought it was Maya Faye. But that narrows down the list of people to possibly being Miles Edgeworth. He had to be on the phone with someone! I thought it was Maya! Chat, you're gaslighting. You're gaslighting! I know you are! Phoenix Wright started on this whole game. He started being on the phone with somebody. And now we know that it was not Maya Faye on the phone. Then who did he call? Pain? Oh my god, get out. Get out, chat. He was on the phone with somebody, and there's a very high chance that he was on the phone with Miles Edgeworth. Who else is he gonna fucking call? Larry Butts? Yeah, right. Anyway. There's a mysterious phone call. That's all. And it's not Athena, and it's not Apollo, and it's not Trucy, and we now know it's not Maya. I rest my case. I'm not gonna be affected by gaslighting, chat. But I also feel like I could potentially be setting myself up for disappointment. God damn it. I'm out of here. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she is a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche Locks. Maya is the one who gave it to me. I wonder how this letter got here. Oh! Mr. Nick! Ah! Oh my god! Pearls! Oh, she's so cute! It's Pearls! Hi! Oh my god, she's so much older now! 7 years! Oh. How have you been, Mr. Nick? Oh!
I call her Pearls! She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium, a very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe that there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
Oh. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on right now.
Oh, I know. I knew that. I didn't come here for a special visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
The spirit channeling, did they make you do it?
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
There's more. Oh, yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so
Pearlie said that she would come help you. Isn't she so sweet? You'd better thank her later.
Oh. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little bit better. Thank you, girls. Oh! Excuse me while I weep. Oh, this is so cute. Look at her. Oh, God. Mommy's in here, too. Metis Sykes, Athena's mom and victim. She was a talented psychologist like her daughter. And Pearl Faye! Her psychic powers are beyond question. Oh, she's so cute!
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape.
Please do, it's a mess.
You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. I'm gonna go see Prosecutor Blackwell outside. Oh my God, this case is peak. I get Pearls? Oh my God, Pearls, have you seen my badge?
When I see you wearing your attorney's badge like that, it brings back such memories.
Oh no. I remember you helping me conduct my investigations from time to time.
I'm glad I can help again.
Thanks, you always provide such great assistance.
I'll do my best to live up to Mystic Maya's standard.
I don't know what I'd do if Pearls wasn't here right now. Oh, Your Honor, I love her. I don't want to leave.
Has it been a while since you've seen Mystic Maya?
Yeah, quite a while. She used to drop by on the office sometimes to say hello, but she hasn't been by recently. I wonder what she's been up to these days.
To become a spirit medium worthy of heading the Fae clan, she undergoes rigorous training. But she says she's grown really tired of the vegetarian diet.
I'll have to have some burgers delivered to her then.
Oh, I'm sure she would love that. But to get where she is, the delivery person would have to climb a steep mountain.
Hope she tips them well. Oh. My nose.
Emanon tipped $5. Is it just me or does anyone else feel like proud aunt seeing Pearl all grown up?
I do feel like a proud aunt, yeah. They just grow up so fast, you know? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat, Emanon. I really appreciate it.
Your hair is nice and spiky today, as always, Mr. Nick.
Thanks. I generally try to look good if I'm gonna be in court.
Do you make it spiky so that the prosecution will feel intimidated?
Huh? No, that's not exactly my intention. So what is your intention, Phoenix?
Your hairstyle is to make you look bigger and stronger, just like a rooster's comb, right? That's what Mystic Maya says, anyway.
She couldn't compare it to something cool like a lion's mane? How do you feel about bombs?
What a cute little elephant.
She responded to it? That's not general dialogue. What? I was not expecting an actual response. What the fuck?
It used to have a bomb in it, you know. Oh my, a bomb in its stomach? It must have been starving, huh? You'd have to be pretty hungry to want to eat a bomb. Yeah, and there must not have been anything else around to eat. You have to be careful never to eat anything strange yourself, Mr. Nick. I promise. She looks genuinely worried for me. I'm sorry, I want to be of help, but I'm still in training, and nothing about that is coming to mind, I'm afraid. I'm really deeply sorry. No, it's okay. I shouldn't have shown you something so trivial anyway. I feel like we've had this conversation before. I'm gonna show her everything now, because I just got unique dialogue over an elephant. And now I'm confused. Why I got unique dialogue over an elephant. Do you know anything about anything? Do you have anything to say different? Do you? Is that a pamphlet? Oh my god, what? I just love to look at pamphlets. I bet you find vacation pamphlets especially exciting, huh? Yes, because I don't get a chance to leave the village much with my training. So looking at pamphlets is kind of like a hobby. The office is just full of them. You can have as many as you like. Oh boy, thank you! Poor kid, wish I could take her on a real vacation. I am amazed that there is dialogue. Sorry about showing you a knife! I had to. Okay, everyone say bye to Pearls. Be nice, say bye. We'll see you again. Bye, Pearls. Hello, Simon Blackwell. I'm so nervous. We've never seen him outside the courtroom, bruh. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. Wait, what? What? Who's here? All this time, you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Oh, Aura came to visit him. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for you today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. Is he getting, like... executed tomorrow? Holy shit. Sky, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Pearl is now as old as Maya was in the trilogy. I hate the passage of time. Passage of time sucks. But it's also bittersweet too. Oh my god. What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. I'm not calm. Alright, fine. I see you're not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. What? Holy shit. Okay, the intentions are there. She's very suspicious, but I think her intentions are clear that she wants to save him. Now, that could be scary because that means she'll do whatever it takes. Dare I say, by whatever means possible. Oof. That's a can of worms. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right to know. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning.
Wow, thanks.
What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick.
Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. It was the just thing to do.
But as a result, Sykes-Deneau was arrested. Was that the just thing to do?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do?
Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Deneau.
He's scary. Front-facing Simon can't hurt you. This is blade-proof glass, right? Have you seen my badge?
How can you call yourself a lawyer if you can't even protect your own subordinate?
Oh.
I swear I'll get her acquitted, you'll see! Your mind must be as dense as the hair on your head. Do you really think it will be so easy?
I'm more than aware of how hard it's gonna be, thank you very much.
Holy shit, he's scary.
Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you?
You villain, where did you hear about that?
This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault.
Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you?
God, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases.
I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes-Deneau's mother away from her. I destroyed her life.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you.
What just happened? No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer?
There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that case?
Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
Well, one, have you seen my badge? Okay. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted?
A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if you read Mr. Lawyer, if your read Mr. Lawyer were to kill you.
I don't want to think about that one.
There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly.
Two pieces of evidence. What were they?
The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime.
The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage?
Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now.
I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Why not now? What was the second piece of evidence?
This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime.
Damn, he hot. Sorry,
I'm going going to have AA4 flashbacks if we have to watch that tape a lot.
Hey, I wouldn't mind watching that tape a lot if it means I get to watch a hot Simon Blackwell on the recording every time. Anyway, hello. Anyway, let me take a look at something. Okay, no. Damn. Poor robot. That arm beer right there. Why is it like that, though? Wait, huh? Wait, am I going crazy? The fuck? It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow, it's be hard to explain this one anyway. The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago, it belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do the story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Blackwell said that he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh god. Oh boy. Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. He was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. Really? But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now! I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is. Wait, so if he's prosecuting the trial tomorrow on his execution date, so does he die? Does he get executed before or after the trial tomorrow? This is really awkward. Probably afterward, I guess. He prosecutes one last trial, and then after the trial, he just immediately gets executed. Yikes, buddy. That's ass. That's gonna be tomorrow. Like, there's no other explanation for it. If it's the same date, it's like, oh, okay, awkward. Imagine that being like the very last thing you do in this world. Prosecute your last trial. By the way, you're gonna die at the end of it. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? What's he about to be when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let this happen. I have to stop it somehow. Pardon me, it looks like I have a phone call.
Fulbright here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding me! Did they push up the date to now? It's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans! They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taking the visitors as hostage. What is happening? They did what? Trucy! We have to get over there right now. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Everything is so stressful. Oh my god. Is this what Aura... This is Aura's doing. She had to have done this. She said she would do anything. The riot police are here, then the robots really are holding people hostage? Aura, what did you do? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. Your robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages. Stay away from it. You know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see? He's just trying to help me. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. That's so cute. Plunko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Oh my god. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Where? He fell asleep. He must have been tired. He's out of battery. His battery died. Ah! Evil robot laughing? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world! Fools, how could you fools pour something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots! I'm just controlling these robots remotely. But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. There's something being displayed on Klunko's space screen. The Space Museum! Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you all right? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much. Trucy! Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Wow. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. Wait, Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I don't fucking know! I have no idea, but this hostage taker, could it be? It's Aura. Has to be. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunka Junk kill all of the hostages. Oh god. Phoenix, come on. You don't need that much to know that it's fucking Aura. Who's the only person that knows how to fucking make robots around here? In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Simon, yes. Oh, come on. Ruining the moment at every turn. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's somebody else. Let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. Is it really too late? You can still do something about it! You might even be able to fix it! What exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Oh, retry it in court. I propose that we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. Evil robot laughing. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom right. Oh my god. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you take all the time you want. But wait. If we're going to have a retrial... Don't get my hopes up. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The way I freeze up is so pathetic. I keep wanting to see him again so bad. And you know what's gonna happen? Clavier fucking Gavin is gonna walk in the goddamn room. Cause that's what this game does. Oh, Clavier Gav, it's gonna be the prosecutor. Fuck off! And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene, but Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Follow, Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way! We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Pearls with me investigation? Oh my god, I hate that my hopes got up so high. We need a prosecutor. Guess who it's not gonna be? My heart can't handle it. My heart is so depressed. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna weep the moment I see Clavier Gavin on the prosecution side. I love him, but man, there's just not the same bite, man. Not the same bite. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. The hostage taker! I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
Yup, it's time. The man, the myth, the provide.
I'm gonna die! He has a tailcoat! He has a tailcoat now! Suit upgrade! Oh my god! Bro! Glasses! I hear the music! I hear the music!
She was screaming over and talking LOL.
I can't.
I can't deal with this. I can't.
I've been waiting for this.
I can't, chat. I can't deal with this. He looks so bad. Ah!
Hold it!
His victory music.
Krista Edgeworth has come back. Later.
I was so dead-ass sure that it was gonna be Clavier Gavin.
The man himself as PLS.
Bitch, we're so back. Bitch, we're so back. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Wait.
Hold it! Hold it!
You remember how I said I didn't want Edgeworth in these games because his 3D model would make him look terrible? I still stand by that. Huh. He looks like an idiot. They gave him glasses.
You thought it was Clavier, but it was him, Edgeworth.
They gave him glasses and a tailcoat. Oh my god, he has a tailcoat. Oh my god. He's not in my court record yet. I'm shaking a lot. He has glasses. Glasses are so hot. Okay. I can't believe this is real. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. Pinch me. I'm dreaming. I'm fine. Can I show him my badge? Thank you guys for all the gift subs and stuff. I'm trying to come back down to earth. Because I didn't want to be disappointed, I had been convincing my brain that he wasn't going to be in these games because I didn't want to expect him, because then I expected to be disappointed and then I'd be just really sad that I would never see him again. I wasn't memeing. I really thought that it was going to be Clavier. I was like, nah, bro. Oh. Edgeworth, what are you doing? This is Miles Edgeworth, my fucking boyfriend. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. Wait, was? He's not now? Sorry? What happened?
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth, but you're not a prosecutor anymore.
What the fuck? Oh, he's... Oh. Just chief prosecutor. What is this bait? What the fuck is this bait? What's this shit? Chief prosecutor now. Pretty sure it'll be a year. Chief prosecutor. Oh, I can't read as him. I can't. Thank you for gifting 8 subs. I'm okay, I'm okay.
Hold it!
A title is nothing more than a title. I can't read. I'm fine. What are you insinuating, that I'm not fine? I'll show you I'm fine.
I'm homesick from work today and I've never been happier.
Oh, I hope you get better. A title is nothing more than a title. So, don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Have you seen my badge? I wanted to do that for so long. Must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Sorry for all I put you through. You put him through? What did you do?
I'm really glad I witnessed your reaction to this scene.
I'm pretty sure this scene isn't even real. I think this is a fake out. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to help you. Whoa! What the fuck? Oh my god, this is some deep boyfriend talking going on right now, bro. Like, what's going on? I was the one that made the decision. But now you can stand in courtroom again. What happened? What happened? Oh my god. And you can mow them down just like you used to. Thank you. Huh. Wow, their manner of speaking became a lot more way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Hi, do you like elephants? Right? Please stop presenting random evidence just to see how that person...
This is a... I feel like I just got shot through the heart, bro. How do you expect me to react, Miles Edgeworth? Ah, but that's the thing. I need to see how people will react in order to question them.
Crystal, you need to see the concept art after you finish the game.
Yeah, after. Oh, after. And what if it's evidence that person isn't privy to? Haha, that doesn't happen much. You never change.
So glad I was here on the day of our anniversary.
This isn't real, right? Someone say psych. Chat, please say psych. I'm gonna wake up. And he's not gonna be there. Sykes, not Athena Sykes. Oh my god, your chat, you're so toxic. Both of you. YouTube and Twitch doing the same exact shit. You guys are all toxic, what the hell? No, psych, not... Oh my god. You never change.
Psych, it's Misty Faye.
Oh my god! And I'm afraid they'll never understand your assortment of oddball clients either.
Psych.
Thank you, the proper pronunciation of psych. Thank you for that. Thank you for this hype train that apparently happened too. I appreciate it. How about I keep showing you random pieces of evidence? What are you gonna do? 3D model of Edgeworth can't hurt you. Miles Edgeworth. That's just it. That's it. No other explanation needed, just Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Why you? That's what I want to know. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown. You've been waiting for this since I started Apollo Justice? The one time that Edgeworth shows up and then he's gonna leave right after this and never to be seen again? Oh man, so excited for it. He's just gonna leave and then that's it. Because that's what Miles Edgeworth loves to do. Oh, I'm just gonna go back to Germany. Bye, bitch, I guess. Every time we have with him is such like a fleeting moment. Like, I get excited to see him, and then I get depressed, thinking, oh, he's just gonna leave me again. Like, this is such a toxic relationship! Your Honor! He's toxic, he's just gonna leave me. My brain can't handle. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was a psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the photo notes on them for you to see. Holy shit! What a terrible way to die! This photo, the other photo, shows the other side of the room, I see. Wow, it was so clean back then. Oh my god. Who is this person? Who is this person? Wait, Miles Edgeworth is in my court record. Hot as ever. Anyway, I wanted to take a look at... Yeah, this is the exact same. So weird. But that's the same katana and the same rock, It's the same thing. Wait, so this was in the robotics lab. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. How is it how? I also have the autopsy report. Don't update it. No. Flashbacks. The cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instant. Oh my god, no. This is exactly what happened last time. Death was instantaneous. Updated autopsy report. Death was almost instant, but like she had a few seconds after she was hit in the head. Like almost instantaneous, but not quite. It's the exact same thing. I'm calling it. It happened one time, it can happen again. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yeah, Detective Fulbright's mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and two police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yeah, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. He must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that to the Hat... prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can say the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb through this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
Together? Like, you together? Have you seen the autopsy report of Terran? Another young life lost to the hands of a cruel killer. Edgeworth, you don't think Athena's the culprit, do you? That's up to the evidence and the truth they reveal, right? And what about the hostage situation? The law will deal with the hostage taker. Remember, we must never stoop to threats of violence, or acts of violence ourselves, even if people's lives are on the line. Edgeworth, he may be a stickler for the rule of law, but I have no better ally in this world but... Gay. That... Damn, bro. You didn't have to say it so loud and proud, okay. That's a little gay. I have to get all the dialogue. I don't care. This is the same dialogue. Okay. Your Honor. I love him. They were allies, Your Honor. Yeah, just allies. Okay. The Hope capsule samples brought back from some distant asteroid. Risking his own safety, the victim brought them with him from the launch pad. They must have been very valuable. Yes, all nations are itching to get their hands on such materials. Right? This case may turn out to be more than just a murder case, you know. That's fine. Come what may, my top priority is to defend my clients. Don't worry, Edgeworth. I'm getting every bit of dialogue I can out of you. I'm doing whatever it takes. We'll be here. So how about, you know, you presented me these pictures. Thank you for that, by the way. Very nice of you. Okay. Got it. The end justify the means. Oh my god, chat, why? Is this real? It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food process?
What? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. Food processor. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. He called her Pearls. Wait, I think I missed that. Wait, Edgeworth said that? Oh my god, he did. Oh. I'm telling you, this is one big happy family. They're a family. That's so cute. What the fuck? That just like went right over my head. Oh. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. Oh god. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. 7 years reference? They were building the Hope space program here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Oh my god. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit in the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
Okay. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Oh, Phoenix, right. He probably would, though. I can see Edgeworth doing that, though. With how annoyed he is with Phoenix. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Mass destruction.
Ooh, yeah! But babe! Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street, doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Alright. Here's the thing. I know this is, like, super awkward, but, like, I gotta stop here because I got a meeting in 15 minutes. So I think it's a great place to stop because that means when I start stream tomorrow, I can just stare right at Edgeworth right at the beginning, which is fantastic. I can't believe this happened. I still can't believe it happened. He's wearing glasses.
Oh!
Sorry, glasses are hot. Okay, stream is adjourned. I will see you guys tomorrow. We may finish this case? Guess it depends. I probably could. All right, stream is adjourned. See you tomorrow. I have to awkwardly now push the end stream button.